he hears the word sewing machine. He's working now at Goodwill. He steals, even if you could put this in a sentence, the word steal and Goodwill together. He steals from Goodwill a sewing machine, brings it back, and start altering clothes and making clothes. And now we're going out each night. We're walking to a club that was on 34th Street and 5th Avenue North, between 4th and 5th Avenue North. And the people freaked out. So this is 1968. There's only pinstripe clothes, Brooks Brothers kind of clothes. People see this stuff, they've lost their minds. Totally lost their minds. Now I end up making 5 name shirts. So button up with the collar and all that stuff for a local band that's playing in this club called the Blue Room. I sell 5 shirts for $18. I showed the money to Tony. I said, look, we're rich. Look at my hands. We're rich. This is almost $100. We're rich. Think about it. So we were just led into that. Now, some months after that, moron, male ego. Okay, you got that? I say to Tony, clean the house. I'm going to bring back the Vanilla Fudge. We had a huge hit, You Keep Me Hanging On, which was a Supreme song. They did it in a psychedelic way. I said, I'm going to bring back the fudge. They're playing on, I think it's 38th Avenue South. There's a place, what's it called, near the military kind of place.
Like a VFW or something, or a
something like that. Anyway, we're military, it's just a big room.
Yeah.
So I go there, I follow the drummer, Carmine Appice, who was in the meeting that you saw. I follow him into the bathroom. I say, I'm Michael Braun, stage clothes. And I make the mistake of saying, where do you get your clothes? And he said, Haight-Ashbury, Carnaby Street, and the Village. And I say, well, this is what we're making. What I have is way better than what he's wearing. I mean, way. I said, you want to come to our house after the gig? Fine. 3 of the 4 guys came. They bought everything that remotely fit them and that we could alter for them. And then they wear it on Ed Sullivan, which is the show, live, Sunday night, 8 to 9, big deal. All kind of rock and roll people played that gig. Anyway, now the public, freaks out over the Vanilla Fudge. The clothes are cool. Unbeknownst to me, they're on the road with a new guitar player who's come from England named Jimi Hendrix. Okay? I mean, he's from Seattle, but he was in England. Now he comes to America. He's on the road with them. This is before he explodes. Jimmy says to Carmine, where'd you get the clothes? This is one sentence. Carmine says, our friends in Florida. I didn't know we were friends, meaning we made clothes for them, but we're not hanging out. Not that I would, but I'm just saying, he says, our friends in Florida. I go to see a record producer on 1st Avenue South, almost to 66th Street, a guy named Phil Gernhardt, who produced Abraham, Martin, and John, Snoopy versus the Red Baron, and Stay by Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs. These are 3 huge records. I take all the clothes, I go to his office, small office, whatever, and I show him the clothes, and he says to me, listen, I'll tell Jimmy about you, but I'm not going to push you onto Jimmy. I don't want to upset him before the gig. He's an emotional guy. It's nothing to me. I'm not getting anything out of this. So you call me Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock. Sunday afternoon comes. It's 4 o'clock. I dial his number. He picks up the phone. He says, Michael, you're not going to believe this. Jimmy gets off the plane and says, where are the clothes people? Okay? So all I'm saying to you is that you could say, in the language of our time, they'd say, oh, you were in the right place at the right time, or, this is just luck or whatever. This is destiny working out. This is just insanity. Crazy. Now we end up making clothes for Jimmy, and back to the beginning of what I was trying to say, and that is that, so you have this person that has a little bit of creative talent for clothes, for art, for two-dimensional art. But that's where his brain is. If you say to him, listen, I need you to be my lawyer. I committed this murder. Here's $1 million in cash. Yes, I'm going to take your money. They're going to hang you. I got no ability to argue whatsoever. None. So all I'm saying to you, I'm accepting how the game is going because I'm forced into it.
So you designing and making clothing, is this more of a thing that you're doing just to make money and survive, or is this more of like a passion?
Both. The survive thing, we're all carry some kind of a survival mentality with us as humans. And me hearing that my people were killed a lot in Europe, and that my grandmother walked a year and a half before 1910, like around 1905, trying to get to America so that she could be free of the hate vibe, whatever the hate vibe was, whatever. I don't know the blow by blow because these people didn't talk about it. But a man that lived across the street from me for a while in Tampa, right near the stadium, shows me a picture of a raft. And in the raft is his wife, his parents, his 2 kids, and a dog, and a little motor. This raft is maybe twice as big as this table, maybe. And I'm telling you, I'm a sailor. I wouldn't go across a pool that's 10 feet long, that's 6 inches deep in this thing. And he comes from Cuba to America because he's looking to save the lives of his family and make them better. He's driven by this. So I want to eat lunch and dinner at least. So I'm working. I need to make money. But I have a natural ability to make crazy stuff that people love. So I put those 2 things together. It's how I'm born, meaning I'm built that way. I wasn't like killing myself to like get my head into it. My head was into it. And the thing of making the clothes takes up your whole brain, meaning you're having to learn about how to make patterns, how to buy cloth, how cloth drapes, how cloth sews. Now you're into sewing machines. Now you're into buttonhole machines and embroidery machines and serging machines, and how to keep them running and where to buy them. And each one of these things is a thing unto itself that could really fill up your brain, And now at 78 years old, and I didn't make clothes. I stopped making clothes in 2001. I walk into a room, I look at somebody, and I could tell you what the pattern looks like. I could draw the pattern for whatever it is they're wearing. I don't care what it is. Man, woman, dog, doesn't matter. I could draw it. I could tell you what machines were used. I could tell you why this fabric, the dye didn't stay in it, the way it was washed, all that crap. It's meaningless, meaning why I'm even thinking about it. I could tell you how brassieres are made, panties are made, stuff that you're going, hi, you got some other place to put your mind, this is just craziness, but it's the mechanics of doing that thing. The same with computers. I'm painting art in the computer and I'm making small pieces and huge pieces, and none of it looks like anything that you know, meaning I'm not drawing palm trees.
Abstract stuff.
It's abstract, and people die over it and say, how did you get this? And they say, how did you go from making clothes to doing this abstract art? You know, and I'm saying it's the same thing. I'm painting a human on a stage with patterns, fabrics, sewing machine, whatever. It's what I'm doing. This is the exact same thing, except no one's saying to me, I got Madison Square Garden in a week and a half, and it's got to be blue, and it can't be more than $2,000 or $1,000 or whatever. Or Jimmy is saying to me in a letter, anything you come across, don't be hesitant to make something, anything, to your fancy, as long as it's specially made as art, period. That's in the middle of the letter.
Especially made as art. What do you mean by that?
I talked to him. You know, what he's talking to, this is two humans communicating in English, but he's got his version of English, how he calls things. I made a shirt for him, it's in Life magazine, where I used 3 squares of Velcro. In the letter he says, try to match the color of the sticky type buttons to the color of the shirt, or as close as possible. In the meantime, Velcro just came out. He never heard the word Velcro, for sure. It just came out then. They only made it in white, but he called it sticky type buttons. What you and I have on our heads, he calls them ear goggles. That's just how he talks. You understand what I'm saying?
Did he really call them ear goggles?
Really? Yeah.
Wow.
Could I make this up?
I guess not. That's pretty fucking amazing.
So, what I'm saying to you is that he knew by seeing the clothes that we showed him in the beginning, then we made him clothes. Now we're making clothes for him every 3 to 4 months. I'm sending him a whole wardrobe, shirts, pants, jackets, scarves, armbands. And he's writing letters, this letter to say, I need more of this, I need more unusual sleeves. So at one point,
this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Blue Blocks. For a long time, I've had trouble sleeping through the night. And I literally tried everything from supplements, smoking pot, meditating. And at the end of the day, all that stuff was just a Band-Aid. Blue Blocks actually fixed this problem for me with their super high-tech lenses. Blue light from our phones and computers actually damage our eyes and lead to digital eye strain. You get symptoms like blurred vision, headaches, and the worst of all, you can't fucking sleep. Unlike other blue light glasses, Blue Blocks are backed by science, and they're made in an optical laboratory in Australia. Most other blue light blocking companies are mass producing their shit in China with no understanding of how light impacts health. They have over 40 frames that come in prescription, non-prescription, and even readers. I keep mine literally right next to my computer all day, every day. I even use them on some of the podcasts. The podcast that I do late at night, I always use these. You can actually wear these things and not look like a friggin' geek. So look cute. Get your energy back, sleep better, and block out all that unhealthy blue light with Blue Blocks. Get 20% off by going to blueblocks.com/concrete. BLUBLOX.com/KONCRETE for 20% off, or just use the code concrete at checkout.
he shows me, we're in the Sheraton Hotel downtown Tampa. It's towards the beginning, and he shows me a sleeve that instead of being small, it's maybe this big. You know, Mike, he's not playing with a full deck, the poor thing. So how does he cut
Are you
it?
talking about yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
How does he cut it? He cuts it from the armpit to way out here, way this much. You'll see hundreds of pictures on the net of this. And he's using, and then 6-inch ruffles along the edge. He's buying this fabric. This is silk chiffon, and then all other kind of silks and stuff. But he's buying this fabric in St. Petersburg and in Tampa in the fancy ladies' fabric store. He's walking in with hair out to his shoulders into a thing that only women go into. Men aren't going to buy fabric to take the fabric to their seamstress to make a gown for their whatever party that they're going to show off. So all I'm saying to you is that Jimmy, he knew without any words that I got what he was doing. I'm starting to make clothes for him. He's freaking out. He loves it. But what does Jimmy always want? More. Money mean nothing to him. He doesn't even know what you're talking about. Never heard of money. Mean nothing. You know, it's past money. Way past money.
So you guys never discuss money?
Never.
Not once?
Never. Are you kidding me? No. He would just say, go to them and get the check, or, whatever.
How did you figure out how much to charge him?
Now you're into Tony Ackerman. So Tony, in the early days, we would come up with a price. Here's, crushed velvet pants. They didn't have crushed velvet in those days, so we crush it ourselves, and we're doing fabric covered buttons, and he's wearing these pants at Woodstock. Okay? Aqua. Front seam pants, so the pants are tight to the knee. And then if you look from the side, that it's coming down like this, then it gets wider as it comes to your foot, so it's going out to the toe of your shoe and then to your heel. He sees what we're doing. He just wants more. He knows these people. He knows Tony. He knows Michael. They're just about making clothes that are cool. There's no thing, I don't need, whatever, autographs or mean nothing to me. And Jimmy, just as an aside, says to my little Italian business partner, this is maybe 1968 or 9.
Talking about Tony.
Women are having sex with me just to say they had sex with Jimi Hendrix, meaning I wasn't in the room when he told her this story. He's talking to her because he can talk to her as a human. And he's getting something off his chest, which is a hurt. And he says to her, women are having sex with me just to had sex with Jimi Hendrix. I'm 26 and a moron. So my reaction is, well, if there's a problem, me and the boys can help fill in the blanks. We don't want anyone's feelings to be hurt. Meaning it's just stupidity. Then I figured it out afterwards, in the years that went by and women's libs started to happen, that this is insulting to Jimmy. Very insulting. Meaning they just want a piece of him. They were stealing the clothes. When he says to me in this letter, dear couple, I need clothes espresso. Send whatever you have immediately. I'm thinking, dude, who the hell do you think you're talking to? This is Mike. I just sent you a whole wardrobe. What the hell's wrong with you? Then Mike figures out what's going on. What's going on is that the girls are stealing the clothes. That's number one. Number two, he's splitting the clothes. I'm using silk and rayon velvet that I'm talking about, meaning this is rayon velvet. So
Rayon?
Rayon.
How do you spell that?
R-A-Y-O-N.
Okay.
You're asking the wrong person about spelling anything, but that one I knew.
That's nice.
Yes. So rayon velvet, I'm making tight pants for a rock and roll guy who drops his ass down to the ground holding the guitar in front of him. This rayon velvet, this is meant for a proper lady's gown. End of story. This is not rock and roll. There's nothing rock and roll. But now we're back to the thing about that we were talking about, knowing the specifications of all these different fabrics. So rayon, different colors run different ways. That's number one. From perspiration, from washing. You give someone a rayon shirt that's red, and it's a drummer, his body's going to be red at the end of the...
This one's not rayon.
That's cotton. Anyway, all I'm saying to you is that rayon, at the end of as you start to stretch it to the end of its life, it'll just split. You'll have a foot-long split in the thing. He was splitting the pants. I never knew this. He never says it to me ever. He just says in the letter, try to double stitch the pants. Right? That's what he's saying.
Right.
Now, just as an aside, maybe 4 or 5 years after Jimmy dies, Robin Trower, who we're making clothes for, a really known guitar player, is playing in Lakeland. I go there. This is a proper English guy, not into drugs, whatever. Um, Very proper and cool. We go there, he plays, we delivered some clothes. Anyway, now, he and I and a couple of the roadies go out for dinner after the gig. One of the guys is a guy named Jerry Stickles. This is Jimmy's roadie from the beginning. And what I'm saying to you about roadie is that this guy will do whatever it takes to save whatever the situation is that's going on with whoever he's working for. This is the no fool around kind of thing. This is not just someone setting up the microphones. This is his whole life is devoted to, let's save Jimmy, who just got in a car accident or did this or got caught with that, whatever the thing is.
The parachute when shit goes wrong.
Okay, that's a way of saying it. Parachute says it all. So Jerry's there with us, and he says that, or he tells this story, that Jimmy, I forgot where I was. Wait a second.
You were meeting them at dinner or something?
Yeah. So Jerry Stickles is there, and he tells this story that Jimmy is playing a gig in Seattle. That's his home. It's a revolving stage. Jimmy drops his ass down to the ground with his guitar in front of him, splits the pants. They throw him an English Union Jack flag. Okay? He ties it on him like a diaper, 2 knots on his hip. It's the way I understand it. I never saw a picture of it. And the gig goes on. All I'm saying to you is that that's why Jimmy is saying to me, try to double stitch the pants. As the years went on, I learned, well, you can't use this fabric on that human being because he could split it.
He doesn't wear underwear, right? That's the legend.
No underwear, baby. No underwear.
Oh, Jesus. Can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
Seeing that happen?
Can you imagine? And this is, no one's going to believe you. I'm going to tell you this thing, and you're going to go, Mike, he's talking. They say, well, what was he like? This is quiet, shy, introvert, very well-mannered.
I believe it.
But everybody else says, I don't believe it. That's not what I'm seeing in the music. That's not what I'm hearing. All I'm saying to you is that his art, as it came out of him, is what you're seeing. The poetry part of it. I'm just going to talk about poetry, which I know nothing about. I walk into a room, he's there, he says to me, oh, you got to read this great poetry book, some known poetry book. I'm thinking, hey, dude, this is Mike over here. What are you talking about, poetry? I'm into, being masculine. I'm being silly. But I'm going, what the hell are you even talking about? Poetry? What? Poetry? But he was way into that. And what Bob Dylan was writing was heavy, heavy, heavy poetry. What Jimmy's writing when he's talking about Wind Cries Mary or, all those kind of songs where, he's talking about you can see happiness staggering on down the street. Footprints dressed in red. He's telling a story from his point of view, in his mind. He's talking about this, and he knows that this is like very shocking to the society. Meaning, I'm on the phone with him once. I'm calling him from New York. I'm in New York with him. I'm calling Tony, and I'm saying, what about this? What about that? We do our business that we had to do at that moment. And I say, Tony sends her regards or her love or whatever. And Jimmy says, tell her I'll meet her in the next world and don't be late. Meaning, this is Jimmy. This is his song, but he's living in another place that you and I can't imagine. You get a clue of it by his music. You say, oh, this is some cool place. But back to sort of the beginning.
Yeah, talking about his personality, personally, some of the most talented people that I know I've ever met have been very socially awkward and introverted like that.
I wouldn't say he's socially awkward. I would just say introverted, quiet, shy, very well mannered, and he knows how to get through a situation, whatever it is. Meaning, in his hotel room in downtown Tampa in the Sheraton, there's a paper bag on the, little table there. I didn't think anything of it. We're doing the clothes and we're taking the order and this and that. And this is at the first time we're meeting him, and I say, oh, let's figure out your size. Try these pants on. Meaning I could just look at him in 1 second. I could tell you what size he is. I give him the pants. He walks over towards the bathroom. There's one of those thin tables by the bathroom. And he takes off the scarves that are tied around his waist. Which this is like a 2-minute job. I mean, he's got knots of scarves going around his waist and around his waist. Just what he's doing at the top.
It's just what he's wearing?
Yeah, over his pants.
Okay.
He's wearing scarves and he's tying the scarves around his knees and, all that stuff you see. Anyway, he takes it off, lays it on this table, takes the pants, goes into the bathroom. 2 minutes later, he comes back out with his original pants on. And he's got the pants that I gave him to try on. He says, make them all like this. Meaning he's saying, don't measure me, don't touch me, whatever. Make them all like this. Fine. Meaning he's shy. And those pants fit him, but these are tight pants. And they're tight partially because they're seamed down the front and back, and I can get away with it. Meaning we're getting known for this look of these pants with the buttons down the side and all that. But all I'm saying to you is that he could get through a situation later on that day after he played. Now, myself, a few other guys and girls or whatever are back at his room after the gig. The reefer's being rolled. We're smoking it. Half an hour goes by and everyone's looking around. They're hungry. Someone takes out a piece of paper and tries to take an order. Mm-hmm. You want a burger from the whatever downstairs or fries. The first person tries to do it. They can't write. They can't even spell their own name, meaning they're too high. Second person too high. Third person too high. Finally, Jimmy says, give me the pad. He takes it. He asks, you want a burger? You want it medium? You want fries? You want this? You want Coke? You want... He had to have been a waiter at some point in his life, or he knew about this stuff. He wasn't ashamed of it or anything like that. This is what it took to do the job. He says, give me the paper. And he wrote, gets the whole thing written out. They went and got the food. We ate the food. That was the end of that. But all I'm saying to you is that it's a very natural person. And that's what's coming across when he's telling me, don't be hesitant to take and make something, anything to your fancy, as long as it's specially made as art. He's telling me, Mike, go for it. Just go and enjoy it. Just go and make it. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about the time. Don't worry about Jimi Hendrix. Don't worry about anything. Just go make some art. And then send it to me. And make a lot. So, all I'm saying to you is that this is a lesson in life of, this is just another person. With all the things that you have, you may have a different set of talents and a different way of operating a little bit, and obviously a very different destiny so far in your life anyway. But all I'm saying to you is that you had to communicate on a record He knew how to communicate with some fool that's making his clothes in Tampa, or St. Petersburg at the time. So there's a beauty to just being natural. That's really what he was. Where a lot of us feel as though, I can't be natural. I'm not. I got to play this part. That's what the culture is telling me is proper or cool or whatever.
Right.
And what he's saying, just go for it, Mike.
Yeah.
Do what you do.
Right. That's why he chose you. So going back to, you were shipping all of these outfits to him wherever he was. You were how many outfits were you making for him in a month? Like 50?
No. I would say maybe 20.
20?
Yeah.
And some of these women were just stealing them from him, and he had no idea.
No, he had an idea. He knew they were stealing them. But the women would queue up to be with him.
Right.
They would, let's say we're in the hotel, we're doing clothes, or we're hanging out afterwards. People are coming to the door, knocking on the door. I want an autograph. I want to meet Jimmy, whatever. And I got to say, listen, we're working. You do what you got to do. You only got 5 minutes. Get it done. And some of the girls he let in, particularly one girl that we let in, that Susan knew, the next morning, she was there for 5 minutes and left, whatever. The next morning, she's there when we come, meaning she had spent the night. She came after we left late, and then she was there in the morning.
Is this in Tampa?
This is in Tampa. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this girl. I'm just saying to you that this is... if I say to you, well, here's 500 girls, they all want to sleep with you. So that's a little overwhelming. Can I have 2? Or 3?
Right. Right.
I mean, can we stretch this out over a week or
How long
a month?
do I have?
Yeah, long. But I mean, and I'm saying to you, and you can hear him say it in between songs, where he's saying, this is dedicated to the girl in the 7th row with the red underwear. This is the girl with the chrome knee pads. You'll hear it in between the songs that he's talking, just thanking people or talking to people or saying whatever's on his mind at the moment. I like to thank you for the last 3 years. He said 3 things to me about the end. One of which is, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing what I'm doing.
What is the context of this? Like, are you guys...
And this is out of nothing.
You guys are hanging out, eating dinner. What, you're traveling with
walking.
him?
I think we were walking somewhere. He said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing what I'm doing. I'm going. First of all, I don't like this. Second of all, I don't know what it really means. Third of all, I'll do what Mike does. And Mike's not very smart. He just shove it under the carpet. Let's forget it. I just blow it off. Then he says, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be needing clothes. What are you talking about? What's going on? The third thing, I forgot what it is. I forgot 5 or 10 years ago what it was. He knew the end was coming. Okay? And he was saying it to me. And he was here in St. Pete for maybe 4 days, just before he died.
Really?
Yeah, just before, 2 weeks before he died, or weeks before he died, let's say. He had played the High Life Fronton in Miami. We went there. We brought him back. He stayed at this place, I'm telling you, the Blue Room, which was a motel that they just recently torn down on 34th Street. But my point is that he knew what was coming. And even though he's trying to say it to me, I'm not listening to anything he says. And he's very human. He's a very human person, whatever that means. He's staying in this hotel. He's getting up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's
afternoon.
That's the wake-up time. Okay, so getting up at 4 o'clock, and we're going to eat right next to this place called the Blue Room. In those days, was a place where you just line up to get the food. What do you call it, Susan? Morrison's Cafeteria. So, proper people in St. Petersburg, this is 1970, 1969, probably 1970. So, you go out, and this is a proper place to go with the family, with your wife, Morrison's Cafeteria. And you line up and you say, I want that, you point to it. And the people have got the spoons and they put it on your plate, And now, Jimmy's first in line, I'm second, Tony's there, and I think Elena. People that are spooning the food say to me with their mouths, but not their voices, is that Jimmy? They're pointing. Is that Jimi Hendrix? This is Jimi Hendrix. He's in Morrison's Cafeteria at 5 o'clock. Like, what the hell are you even talking about? This is impossible. I mean, he's very famous at this point. So all I'm saying to you is that you go to Morrison's, we eat, or if you go to any club anywhere with him, they always invite him to play. He'll always play, always. He may say, I need this kind of guitar, or turn the amp around, I want it to be louder. You don't know what he'll say, but he's looking to play. This is where he's living in his head, in his heart. Or Jimmy, myself, Tony, and a few other people are watching a movie on television, and it's a movie about wolves that raise a baby. Okay? It's an old movie. And we're watching it, and the wolves are raising the baby, doing this, whatever they're doing. They might be foxes, I don't know. And so we're watching it just properly, and we glance over to Jimmy. Jimmy's playing an air guitar. In his head, he's playing along with the music in this thing, in this movie. This is where his head is at. He's playing. Then he realizes, we see what he's doing, and then he starts tuning his elbow, meaning he makes it into a joke. But all I'm saying to you is that all of these people, musician types, Macho Man, same thing, these people are totally taken up with whatever game they're playing. It's 100% of their being. 100. I mean, Macho Man, Miss Elizabeth complained about this, Gorgeous George complained about it. They're there getting clothes in our shop, and this is like it's a huge house on South Bayshore Boulevard on the water, 6,000 square feet, and 2 acres of land, 150 feet from the center line of Bayshore is now servants' quarters, 6-car garage and servants' quarters. You're going, servants' quarters? What are you talking? I never heard of this. This is 1927. That's what you did. You had servants and you had a place for them to live. So we're using this as our shop. This is a concrete floor, 30-foot by 30-foot room. Upstairs is an apartment to rent, and there's long rooms on either side. One room is just a cutting room. It's a huge table, very long, that we're cutting fabric into garments on. And all I'm saying to you is that the playing the game with Randy, all the girls complain. My way of saying it, he's never off, ever. He's working all the time, day and night. This wears people out because they're used to having off time. He never heard of off time. He doesn't even know what you mean by off time. This is a very hard-working person. And the other funny thing about him and making clothes for him is that he has no visual sense. whatsoever. So I'm not saying it as an insult or a compliment or anything. It's just here's a statement of fact. He doesn't have this. You say to Michael, "Can you spell?" Michael says, "No, he doesn't. He's not born with that." You know. And can he write down a telephone number twice? Yeah, probably not. He's got to really look at it very, very carefully. And hopefully, it's an 813 area code or 727, so he's got the first three numbers. But this is not his thing. He's not born with this. He has to really work at it to spell something. Or, I mean, Susan is tortured, I have to say. How do you spell gone? And so it's Gone, but it looks wrong to me. This is just something in your head. So you got something great over here, you got nothing over here. So you're doing the best you can with the parts you got. So Randy comes to me. I get a call. First of all, I'm not watching wrestling. I don't know about wrestling. I know it's on television.
Let's pause for a second. How far after your relationship with Jimmy, like obviously he passed away and you stopped working for him, what was it like? Well, first of all, what was it like when you found out Jimmy first passed away? Where were you, and how?
I was sleeping. They came and woke me up and they said, "Jimmy's dead." So I'm new at this game. I'm going, "What are you talking about? He was just here." I mean, he was here like 4 days. We picked him up in Miami, brought him back, took him here, took him there. I mean, I'm not getting it. I'm saying, "What do you mean? He was just here." What are you telling me? Jimmy's dead? I couldn't get it. And then they said he's in England, he died, he overdosed, or whatever they think it was, or, he's dead. Then I had to try to absorb this, but I had lost my birth mother at maybe 4. So I was forced into learning, people die, people in your family can die. This is how life goes. Deal with it, dude. And from there to this day, I have maybe 5 mothers. Meaning, in my mind, I think they're mothers to me. My father married, after my first mother died, a lady from Canada, beautiful, raised me and all that stuff. In my heart, she's my mother. But we had a beautiful, phenomenal maid, that's what they called them in those days, named Arlene, black lady from Brooklyn Dodgers fan, so I could only love the Dodgers. I loved Arlene. This is my mother. She took care of me. I'm a little kid. End of story. I love Arlene. There's nothing to even say here. Words don't do it. And the beauty of that is that you're learning how life goes, but you're getting what's meant for you. This is a lesson you got to learn in life. People can die. You can love anybody. If you want to love them special, we're going to tell them, or they're going to play the part of being your mother, and then you get triple love or quadruple love, whatever the thing is. There's a lady that I know to this day that lives in Texas. That's my mother. She's younger than me. I'm going, "Michael, what the hell is wrong with you?" Somebody says, "This is your mother." They said it to me, maybe 40 years ago. I treated her that way. She's married to a friend of mine, but in my mind, she's my mother. If she tells me drink echinacea tea, then I'm going, "Oh, I got to drink echinacea tea because my mother told me to." I'm just telling you, this is how the mind works. This is a wild thing. And about Randy, he calls me on the phone. I had made for Hulk Hogan, made close for him. He was a bass player in a local band in Tampa called Ruckus.
And this is how long is this after Jimmy passes away?
I'm not going to answer because I'm really bad on
You're
time.
right, man.
But
You're right.
I don't know what to say.
Barbie girl.
Probably not terribly long.
And are these guys, are these like people like Hulk Hogan, are they reaching out to you because?
No. This is what's going on. This is what we're doing for a living. There's, let's say, in the eastern United States, or the middle to the eastern United States, let's say there's 200 bands that is made up of people from 18 to 35 years old that go around and play 2 weeks in this club, 2 weeks in that club, 2 weeks in that club.
Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
And Illinois and all those kind of places, all through Georgia,
How you living?
and North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida. So they come and play 2 weeks. They hear, oh, there's some crazy people that make wild clothes that make Jimi Hendrix clothes. Name dropping. Oh, and whoever. They go to the whole share.
I think the mucus is draining in my ear.
So they come for clothes, would make them clothes, and they needed sometimes matching clothes and what fit their music, whatever they were doing.
But it just feels long, like,
So we're making clothes for them.
Do you feel sick?
Just this band comes, it's from Tampa called Ruckus. There's a real tall guy in the band.
Have you ever had that feeling?
Yes, ma'am. I don't like it. Some of the things that I use, sometimes a heating pad or a hair dryer.
He started in Tampa. They were rough on him physically. He went to Japan. They made him.
Can you hear me, Mr. Aquarius?
Japanese wrestler.
I hear you now.
And
yes, I heard you. I heard you, yeah. And so I like to use when that happens. Fortunately, it doesn't happen often anymore, but when I was a kid, I would use a hair dryer or a heating pad to help relieve the pressure.
Man who owns WWF.
It don't hurt, but
Now it's a
nothing to just feel.
WWE, but WWF at the time.
Yeah,
He's
like, hopefully, it's missing
now
that to help
taking
dry
all these
whatever you was
individual
for.
sections of
Right.
the country
It
and making
doesn't
one
hurt,
television
and I don't hear
show
myself,
that
but
does.
as long as it doesn't start
You know,
hurting, that's
it's not
Before him, it was Ted Turner, right?
Yeah, they believe it
Before
a
the
lift up,
WWE,
you know?
before Vince McMahon
Yes.
took over. Vince McMahon Senior.
Hopefully.
First of
I
all,
think that's
Vince
what it
McMahon
is,
that
though.
we
I'm
know
thinking
now
whatever it is,
is
my eye was ready
is
then. I just
third
took some
generation.
drops.
His
I think
father did
whatever it is
wrestling and
blowing out
boxing
there,
promoting
it's not a great
in
thing.
New England area.
It's
So
allergies.
New
I
York,
cannot
Connecticut,
stand
New
it.
Hampshire, whatever
Well, that's what it is.
He,
What?
Allergies.
with the
I
help
believe in
of
allergies. Yeah, remember I had that COVID and I got
put this
over
thing
that,
together
but
where they
then
did
I
all,
still had a little
brought all
mucus
the
in my throat
wrestlers
and
together
stuff.
and
I'm
started
still
to do
trying to get
shows
over
on
this little
television.
cough and stuff. So
I don't
I
know
just
about
got
this.
this
I just know
found
that
in my
I could,
thing
if I
today,
have a
so
remote and I go
when I got
around, I
home,
see
I wasn't
sometimes there's
prepared
people
to
doing
do that work
wrestling
that
things.
so
I
I
got
don't
no
know
interest in this thing.
what's going
But I
on. I
hear
believe it's
he
allergies.
calls me on the phone one day and
You
says,
can
listen, I'm going to
drain
be on
in
Johnny
your
Carson.
ears
I need
sometimes.
clothes.
You know that?
Right. No, I know that.
So every day.
Yeah, okay.
Can I make you clothes? Yeah. You know,
So I
he
believe
lived in
that's what
South
it
Tampa
is,
where
but,
we lived for his parents.
We keep out and if it don't get no better, by the end of the weekend,
He
I'll
made the
go
clothes
to
for
urgent
Johnny
care. Go to
Carson
my
and
ear,
then
nose,
ended up
throat
making,
doctor.
you know,
There you
more
go.
But
clothes.
I don't think it's
What
no
was
big
the outfit
thing.
you made for Johnny Carson?
I don't think it's
No
no big
idea.
thing.
You don't remember?
Good.
No, I have no idea.
You ain't gonna really
A
worry
shirt and a
about
pair
it.
of pants, but I don't know what it was.
Wasn't it all denim?
Um,
Aiden,
Are
can
you
you look
ready?
up Hulk Hogan, Johnny Carson?
You've
and find
got
a picture of it or a
invitations,
video
Mr.
of it?
Aquarius.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, well, I ain't been
doubt
on that.
that
I was
it's
just
them,
worried about my ear,
God
but okay.
Um,
There we go.
he may have been on Johnny Carson.
Okay, let's
then,
go.
It might have been a different time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it's a different time. But in any event,
Anyway.
now
Well, I
I
gotta
get the
just slow
call
my way. Just
from
don't go
somebody
in
I
the
don't know
gutter.
who this
Just go.
is.
I know. Once it's in the gutter, it should just end.
And I get the call. I pick up my phone and see.
Right.
Hey,
So
Hulk
slow.
sure told me.
There we go.
Make me
Oh,
some
look at
clothes.
you. Nice little comeback there to get 7 pins.
Who the hell is this?
The Hulkster told me.
No,
The Hulkster
you
told me.
got it, Come on, straight.
You know, in his heavy voice. I have no idea who this person is.
Oh, like
I
a
said, well,
touch
so every
stick.
day, come on, come tomorrow. You know, we're here noon to 6.
Sure.
Give him the address, whatever. Next day comes with Elizabeth, and he's got little shorts that have 3 stars across the front, and then maybe 2-inch letterings across his tush. This
Right,
much.
that's me. Go. Fast.
You know, I said, dude, I'm not making shorts, and I need real estate.
I got these two. Let's go, Rabbi.
But I'm not making sure it's not.
You got it, Rabbi. I'm laying down.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I should have knocked that down.
I agree.
You got it. Oh, wow. Get
Yes.
it. Yay. Come on, Rabbi.
Can't believe that was not good. Get it.
Nope. I'm laying down, so it's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Let's go.
Not what I wanted. No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
I know. Yay. Good job.
Win's a win. I win, you win.
Yeah, we both won. Come on, Rabbi.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Let me have that, now I'm laying down. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
No doubt. Are you serious? Miss Aquarius, are you serious?
You're green up there, though. But it's still, I don't know what's more why it won't let you strike.
I don't know.
Why it won't let us strike? I want to strike.
Tough split. Oh, great shot. Great shot, Miss Aquarius. Even though it didn't get the other one, that was a really good shot.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know why it won't let me get a strike either.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was my fault.
Yeah, you see how I'm doing. I'm laying down, though. Come on, y'all.
You got the invisible pins. They should have knocked that down.
No. Ooh, that was a good spare.
Yes, it was.
Come on, Rabbi. Go on.
Get it. What a spare. That was one of the best spares I've ever had.
Yeah.
Oh, the toughest spare, the toughest split in the game. The toughest split in the game. You can do it. I've seen you do it before. Get it. Get it, get it, get it. I've seen you do it.
That one. Come on, Rabbi.
Come on.
Oh, should have got that.
I think so. Got it. Oh, no. I'll take it.
Good one. We both won. Yay, Rabbi.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. 2 wins for Miss Aquarius, 2 wins for Rabbi.
Yes, yes, yes. We undefeated, Rabbi. We undefeated.
Excellent, excellent. Great work, Miss Aquarius.
Good job.
Alrighty, you. I hope your ear feels better, and I hope you get some good sleep, and I'll play with you tomorrow, God willing.
Thank you. It's not fun to be loud with your ear, but it'll be all right. We might have to loosen up a little bit. It's okay.
You take that Benadryl and drink your water.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Drinking plenty of water, too.
Excellent. All right, we'll play with you tomorrow, God willing.
All righty, God's willing. Have a good night.
You too. Take care.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I mean, you're asking me to make clothes. I'll make you some clothes, but this is not it. Anyway, he couldn't get to that. He says, well, I made a lot of money with this and this and that. And he wants capes. I said, dude, I'm not a cape guy. But you come to me and you say, listen, I need a gown for my daughter that's getting married. It's $20,000. I'll pay you. And then we got the bridesmaids. They're $15,000. Am I going to take your money? I'm going to take your money. Yes. B, Roman numeral 2. Michael, he doesn't wear dresses. He doesn't think about dresses. He doesn't think about weddings. He got no idea what you're talking about. This whole women's wedding. What the hell are you even? I got nothing. I'm nobody home. But I could go buy Modern Bride. I could just look at the picture. I can go draw the thing. I'll make the first one, and the sewers will make the ones after that. So the story, here's your $20,000 gown. But you're not getting the best from Mike because Mike has no idea what you're talking about. I mean, none. So Randy, I make him a few outfits to just get him started. Now he comes to the shop again, puts his head down. He says, you can make anything you want. This is the kiss of death to say to someone creative. do whatever you want and not even put a price on it or a time, anything, something. You can do whatever you want. I make him 5 outfits. And it's him telling me the story. I make him the 5 outfits, and he tells me he wears the one that he really likes. He never told me he didn't like anything, ever. Which he had to have not liked something, or didn't get something, or didn't realize something was as cool, that I thought it was cool, and it turned out that the public thought it was cool. He didn't think it was cool, but then he got into it, that they liked it. So now he tells this story that he got the 5 outfits. He wears his favorite outfit on Monday Night Raw, and that's the 2nd week, 3rd week. Now we're up to the 5th week. He doesn't say he wore the outfit that he didn't like, but it's the 5th week. It's the purple outfit with the chains. I said, okay. I'm listening to the story. And he's trying to paint a picture for him. Purple outfit with the chains. He says, I put on the outfit in a separate dressing room. I walk out of the dressing room. Now I'm in the main room where all the boys are. These are like old ladies who play mahjong, these wrestlers, meaning you can only lift weights, you can only travel, and you can only lift weights, travel, and wrestle so much, then the rest you just gossip. So-and-so did this. You got 20 guys sitting around a room with nothing to do. They gossip, and this is before cell phones. So they just gossip. He walks out of the room, they all turn and go, wow, where'd you get that? That's great. He's going, this is the one I didn't like. I thought this is nothing. He freaked out. Now he's walking down the aisle, down the corridor, he tells me. Vince McMahon's coming the other way. Vince stops him and says, what the hell is that? That's great. Wow, where'd you get it? Now he's going, wow, now I'm really in trouble. Now Vince loves it. Now he tells me he's standing in the opening to walk out to the ring. He walks through the opening. They put the spotlight on him. He said, and it really pops. This is his word. It really pops, and he really gets over. Meaning he does well.
Right.
Connecting to the audience that night.
Really got over, brother.
Exactly. And all I'm saying to you is that he was telling me he has no idea what the hell I'm doing, but go for it. And another time, meaning I'm making probably 45 outfits a year at $800 to $2,500 a piece. And everyone in the documentary on A&E said that Randy was really cheap and he wouldn't buy a cup of coffee and this and that. He never mentioned money. I just told him, Tony came up with, get a deposit. So we got the $4,000 deposit to begin with, and that worked for a while. And then she said, you got to go up to 10 grand, Mike, get another 6. Whatever she told me I would do, meaning she could see this thing from a outsider's point of view, from just a strictly business. And you said, how do you know the price? When we first started to talk, she and I made a list. How much fabric is in it? How long did it take to buy the fabric? How long did it take to design it? How long did it take to make the pattern? How long did it take to cut it? What was Vera's price to put the thing together? How much time to paint it? How much time to make the pattern for the painting? Macho Man, Macho Man, Macho Man. How much for the glitter? How much for the paint? On and on and on. And so we go through that long list of stuff. And this is when we first started to fool around with computers. That's Susan's fault, totally. So you're talking about 1996. And so I made this piece of paper that you would write in. Took an hour and a half to cut it. It took this much to buy the fabric. This is what the fabric cost. Here's Vera. Here's whatever. Anyway, as we're doing it, we're figuring out that this is what's going on. But then we also said, Tony would sometimes say, does it look like it's, $2,500 or $2,000 or $1,000? I'd say, it comes out to $1,500, but it looks like it's really, $12. Or it comes out to 12, but we should charge 1,800. You understand what I'm saying? But it all meant nothing to him except to say, he says to me in the shop, we're alone. It's a 30-foot by 30-foot room, concrete floor, and as I said, there's thread everywhere, fabric everywhere, clothes being made, patterns hanging, fabric on rolls, under this table, under that table, hanging on this shelf and that shelf, and whatever. It's, I mean, just, there's nothing fancy. It's just business. And his point of view on this game is that we're doing the best that we can. He sees that we're making a huge effort. He says to me, just out of nowhere, I'm small. I'm a big mouth, as you see, and I'm looking around like, what the hell, how do I answer this question? His arm is bigger than both of my thighs together.
Right.
What do I say?
Did he mean that he was short?
You figured it out. See, I didn't figure it out. I didn't even get this. I think, what the hell is he talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. I'll just leave it alone. I say nothing. Then, like a week later, WWF comes to wrestle at the university in Tampa. I go there. I go up into the balcony. And I look. What are they seeing? Meaning, I'm trying to see what is the audience seeing. And I'm taking pictures of every outfit we make of Randy's. I tell them, go outside. I take a few pictures from the front, from the side, from the back. Meaning, I want to see ink on paper. What does it look like? What does this outfit actually look like?
Wow.
So
These, this is so absurd.
Said the right thing, brother.
I mean, it's amazing the amount of just creativity that you put into this. Where are you coming up with these ideas? Like what?
Hold your thought 1 second. So, continuing. So, what I'm saying to you is that we're going to come back to this thing, but where was I?
Hold. Pause 1 second. I'm gonna turn the AC back on.
Okay.
It popped off. Hey, you know what?
We're going to talk about Slim Jim a little bit.
Yeah. So when you're like, hold these up next to your microphone. That way they'll be in focus and we can see them on the camera. You know, when you're referring to them.
Okay. All I'm saying to you is that I'm trying to see what the audience is seeing with a virgin eye. Meaning, I'm just 18 years old. You know, my friend says, well, I got free tickets to go to wrestling. Let's go see it. Or let's sit down and watch this thing. You know, I saw it on TV. You know, what is it? What I'm saying back to you is that I'm trying to get to the place that is in the beginning. You just see this thing. You don't know who made the clothes. You don't know who the wrestler is. You don't know what's going on. You're just going around the channels, and you want to see, does this stand out compared to whatever the show is that you're watching, whatever the car commercial is that you're watching? What do you get out of this? You know, so you're getting, this is some crazy wrestler wearing some cool clothes. This is really cool. What the hell is this? Where did it come from? Who thought of this? How did this even come about? But all I'm saying to you is that the world just gets, wow, this is cool. This is unbelievable. What is this? You know,
is this like most of these looks that he's wearing? He's got the hat. He's always got the iconic hat shape, and he's always got the long the long tassels hanging off the arms.
Okay.
He's like a cowboy pimp, right?
Okay, no. So let's go back. You got to remember about where we were, but I'll do this part now.
Okay.
He's wearing glasses. I say, oh, let's put some crap on the glasses and make him crazy, like the Macho Man would wear. So I start putting all the stuff on the glasses, and I'm working on glasses. Then he says to me, listen, they made me the Macho King, and I got to wear a crown. And he doesn't like it. I said, okay. He says, I need something else for my head, but let's get it. I don't want to wear this crown anymore that they gave me. I said, fine. We go to Ybor City. There's a proper men's hat store with every kind of hat you could think of. English bowler, just all kind of things through history. Every different kind of hat you could imagine. And there's cowboy hats there too. I say, oh, the shape of the cowboy hat's good on them. Let's see this. And so we try this, try that. Now we end up with straw hats. I'm buying them by the dozen in his size, and I'm painting them. And I'm having them covered with fabric. I'm doing all kind of crazy stuff. Or I'm painting them, and then I'm making a band that goes around them. But what I'm saying to you is that the other wrestlers, let's say Jake the Snake, he's got one snake, one costume. That's the deal. You see it next year, it's the same thing. Randy, you're seeing some crazy-ass outfit every single week. And the outfits fit this character. You can't say why. I can't give you the words, but it fits this character. And I'm making the clothes, and he's getting over with the clothes. When he's saying to me, I'm small, what I'm saying to you is when he came out of that dressing room, now he's with the boys. If the boys are standing up, he's just what you said, short compared to the Big Show, Andre the Giant, whatever, Hulk.
Yeah.
They're all taller than him.
Right.
So, but his personality is much stronger than theirs. His macho mania crazed thing, where he's living in that place. This is not, he's living there.
Mm-hmm.
And his mother, his proper Jewish mother, who comes with him sometimes, the mother and father come.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How old was he when you guys were doing this?
I don't know. I'm bad on time. I'd have to sit and think about it. You're wasting your time asking me about that. I mean, I got no thing on
Right.
But the mother comes, and she said, and brings the dog, and the father's there, whatever. He's having to come like every 2-3 weeks. And they want to see what he's doing or whatever. The mother's the one who came up with the name Macho.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, really? It's a proper Jewish lady, and she says to me that he, as a high school kid, would get up really early in the morning, go practice, whether it's baseball or football or soccer or what, I don't know what they're playing. But and then he'd come back home, clean up, go to school. But he was like so intensely into this and didn't fool around with the girls. He was working the whole time. Now and again, a little bit with the girls, but he was working hard. And I'm saying to you that Miss Elizabeth and Gorgeous George both complained. No day off, no. Meaning he's out of balance. He's working hard. And you'll hear this at times from people who are very accomplished at what they do. Daryl Hall, I heard him say it. You could say, well, there's 50 great songwriters here, 50 great singers, 50 great guitar players, or, arrangers or whatever. Why has this guy got 30 songs that the whole world know, and this guy's got 2? This one works harder. That's what Daryl is saying. And it's his nature to work hard. He learned it from his parents. The same Macho Man learned it from his parents. Go and break your ass, work hard. This is life. This is what we're telling you to do, and he did it. You're saying, where do these things come from? I'm saying back to you, in my shop.
Pull it back a little farther. Right there.
In my shop, I get a telephone call. Hi, this is such and such advertising agency in Connecticut, Stamford, Connecticut. No one calls me like this. Who? We're going to have Macho Man push our product Slim Jim. Like, I know what a Slim Jim is. I'm a vegetarian since 1970.
Are you really?
Yeah, and I saw Slim Jim in the store, but I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's dried meat or
a fine piece of meat.
I don't know anything about it. So they say, well, this is Slim Jim. We want you to make clothes for Randy, for Slim Jim commercials and this and that. And I say, okay. And they say there's 12 of us or 9 of us sitting around this table. We can all hear you. And I say, okay. I said, tell me what colors you want it to be and what do you want it to be? They're drawing a blank. I said, okay, let me start talking. How about we do 3 outfits using the 3 colors that are in your product: black, red, and yellow. Okay, we got that. So they'll be predominantly black, and this one's more yellow, this one's more black, but this one's more red. They'll all go with each other. Okay. I said, the next thing I need only one person to call me on the telephone and communicate with me. I'm not talking to a group of people.
Right.
Just give me one person to talk to. I said, send me 10 grand or 5 grand. I don't know what I said to get started. And now again, I got a free ride to make Macho Man crazy, but with these colors to be used in a commercial for Slim Jim. What you tried to say is, how the hell did you come up with this? Or how did you come up with this? I just have some idea at some part in my head. Who knows? Let's try this. We'll change the lettering, or we'll do this way, or I'll start raggeting the.
But you weren't worried about, like, what if this idea isn't good enough? Because you just were constantly making him new things.
This is a great point you're bringing up. The point is that.
What if he doesn't want to pay for this outfit? Like, you were never worried about that. You had an infinite.
This is paid for. This is yes. Forget that. Yeah. So now we're talking about freedom to be creative, and the freedom is that you're making clothes for the Macho Man. The work is how many outfits can you come up with in a year that are cool. Not he never told me he didn't like something in his life ever. Didn't even hint at it, like, this is not up to the and he would put on outfits. We had a mirror leaning up against the wall. He'd put on the outfit. There's a junk chair, comfortable foam next to the mirror. Elizabeth would sit in it. He'd come out of the dressing area, come over, look at himself in the mirror. He says, oh, I'm going to wear this to WrestleMania. Now he'd go, now we're on the 3rd outfit. He says, wow, this is cool. I'm going to wear this to WrestleMania. Elizabeth would just roll her eyes. I'd roll my eyes. There's nothing you could say.
Right.
It's his way of just saying he thinks it's cool.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying back to you is that from the beginning, I said to you, he has no visual sense whatsoever. So he's wearing the wrong pants, wrong shirt, wrong jacket, wrong glasses, wrong hat. Dude, what are you doing?
Oh, he's not pairing the shit up properly.
Exactly. And I'm saying to her, poor gorgeous George, only put in his thing the stuff that matches. You can't do this with him because he doesn't know. He's not thinking he's making a mistake. He's just thinking, oh, this is Mike's crazy clothes. Let's put them on and go. And then he'll throw the glasses into the audience. He'll throw the glasses on the ground. I made an outfit once. They were wrestling in downtown St. Pete, right by the water. And they threw him in the water. brand new clothes I just made with boots, cowboy boots, all hand painted, salt water. I'm a sailor, baby. You're ruining my clothes. And then I got to go, Mike, they're not your clothes. You made them. You sold them. They're somebody else's clothes. He can do whatever he wants with them. But all I'm saying to you is that where was my mind on this? My mind was, let's go buy fabric that we can make a cool outfit for Macho Man. I start to spend time with my wife, Susan, 1996, and I'm painting on his hat, on his shirt, on the back of his jacket, on the left and right leg of the pants, Macho Man, over and over again. I don't know what the word font is. I know there's all different kind of lettering, and I didn't realize they're called fonts, but okay, they're called fonts. I learned that. And she says to me, listen, I'm going to lend you a computer for the Christmas vacation 1996. And you can learn how to change the lettering around. You can stretch the lettering. That's all she told me.
Right.
So she gives me the computer. I learn how to do it, to stretch the lettering, and I start to make art on it, which I'm still doing to this day. Do outdoor shows, maybe a dozen shows in the state of Florida. And you can see the art on my website, michaelbraunart.com. And that's Braun, his last name. So here we are. She gives me the computer. I learn how to stretch the lettering and do the whole deal with it. And I'm making the patterns, and then I'm hand painting Macho Man, Macho Man, Macho Man, all these different ways. I don't know anything about a computer. If the computer, I think it breaks or something, I just put my hands up and I start yelling, it's broken, fix it. I didn't know you had to marry tech support, but you do. I'm just warning anybody out there. You want good tech support, you got to marry. But my point is that, again, I was just led to this. This woman gives me a computer that can do all this crazy stuff.
Yeah. Is that how you made these? Were these
Good, I'll hold them up.
Were these helped out by the computer? Can I try them on?
No. Yes, you can try them on.
Okay.
By all means. No, I just hand paint them. This is not a computer thing.
So explain to me, was it his decision to paint the sunglasses, or was it your decision?
Is it his decision? Dude.
Ooh, yeah.
Go. Put them on.
Good.
Try these. Try these. So this is what this is double-faced tape that I learned about double-faced tape from sales, or put together with double-faced tape and then sewn. And this is holographic glitter. That's hand-painted. That's just eyeball. There's no computer to anything. It's just an eyeball.
And this
shot.
was complementary to an outfit that looked just like these.
That went with it, yeah.
Okay.
Madness.
Okay.
Yeah. And you'll see it on the net. We're not rocket science here. Go ahead.
These are really cool. I think I've seen a picture of them wearing these. Oh yeah, there's no problem seeing through these.
And
you would think it'd be hard to see through them because of all the paint.
Exactly. And your eye to your brain fills in what you can't see. Your eye just fills it in. It's just unbelievable, because everyone says, well, if those glasses, I couldn't walk across the street.
Right.
And I'm saying,
right.
You could write a letter in these glasses.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, yeah. I could drive down I-4 wearing these things.
That's exactly right. You could also wrestle. Anyway, so you're seeing now, if you're looking at
these ones are sick.
Sick, I beg your pardon.
Sick isn't good.
I understand. You'd have to explain sick to me.
So what? This is just tape. Just tape, right?
It's tape. Yep. So this is a film that I'm buying that has a backing. It's stuck to the backing. And if you go to the store that makes the signs, they have a machine that cuts out the letters. Johnny's Burgers, okay? Now, it cuts it out, and there's a tape that they put on top of it where you can pull it off and put this lettering, Johnny's Burgers, on the window and rub it down, then you got it. So I'm using their technology. I figured out how to do it. Some of it I did in the computer, but a lot of it is just eyeballed. But what I'm saying to you here is that I wanted to have the same print of this zebra-looking mush that's on his belt, this black jacket, black pants, this fringe, all kind of stuff with that exact pattern on it, meaning there's at least 3 different color combinations of outfits made for Slim Jim. And then there's spare pieces. I got this idea for a hat or that idea, meaning they all go with each other. Some look better against this background or that background, or fit this newness that they're doing, or this idea that they're trying to, come across. But all I'm saying to you is that I'm just playing. I'm just,
right. Are you constantly trying to? Is it difficult for you, or are you thinking about trying to outdo yourself for the next one? Like this outfit was great. He loved it. The audience loved it. Now, are you worried or concerned about trying to up the level of or how make the next costume more outrageous or flamboyant?
Here's the answer. It's in 2 parts, and the 2 parts are, A, you're making so many outfits, you don't have that much time to think. So think, worry, criticize yourself, whatever. You're going to buy fabric, you're cutting up the fabric, you're trying this with it, trying that with it, you're telling Vera, do it this way, do it that way. Vera sometimes, she doesn't get, I'm writing a note, do this, this, and this on this. She doesn't sometimes understand Michael what the hell he wanted. She does something else. Maybe it's cooler. But in general, there's no time to do it. You're just trying to make cool clothes. Each week, each month, you're trying to use all the parts. So we're talking about holographic glitter on, these here. Or you're talking about, these are painted, then some of the stuff is painted, and then the glitter's put on top of the paint. I don't know if any of it's here. These are rhinestones that are glued on there. Here's rhinestones that have been banged off, as rough as he is, with the outfit. So I'm just saying to you that there's no time for it. There's just a time to do what you're doing. Go buy the fabric, chop it up, give it to Vera, talk with Tony, see what she's going to say about this or that. And if you're into romance, so I start to go out with Susan. It's 1996. She lends me the computer. Now, I have her come over to the house Monday night to see the clothes that we made. She saw me making the clothes. She knows Macho Man because she's there when he's coming at certain times. She's teaching at a school right near where we are, a middle school. And she sees this game. Here's what's going on. You can't really explain it, but this is the romantic Monday Night Raw thing. You got to go over to Mike's house, and oh man, on Monday, and he delivered the clothes on Friday, and you were there when the clothes were delivered. Now we're going to see him on TV, and this is the thing. All I'm saying to you is you're just doing the best you can.
Is it satisfying to watch Monday Night Raw and watch everyone wear your clothes, or watch Macho Man wear your outfits? Is it kind of like a sense of satisfaction?
People often ask this, and I'm going to say the answer has to be yes, but it's really not. from this point of view. In the early days, I'm telling you that the Vanilla Fudge on Ed Sullivan, I tell my mother, my proper Canadian mother, number 2 or 3, depending on how you want to count. And I tell her, watch this group, the Vanilla Fudge, are on Ed Sullivan tomorrow night, with clothes that we made. Because they had sent me to military school in the 8th grade. Because they were hoping for, doctor or lawyer. Then they realized, I think we might get post office picture on this. I don't know. Put this guy here, meaning I'm not fitting in. And this is a very rich neighborhood. This is old time money, huge houses, huge boats.
Your parents were pretty wealthy?
Yeah, they were wealthy, but everyone around us was wealthy. So I was raised with these people, and I raced sailboats with them. So I got where that headspace was. And all I'm saying to you is that, so I tell her, watch the show. It's the Fudge, keep me hanging on. And they got lace shirts on, proper women's lace, and I'm making a shirt for the drummer out of it, because it's obviously not hot. Anyway, long story short, I call my mother the next day. I said, Mom, did you watch the show? She says, yeah, meaning they're living in New York, and obviously I'm in Florida. She says, yeah. I said, what'd you think? She said, well, we like the clothes, but they're goons. She tells me they're goons.
Welcome.
I said, Mom, you're from Far Rockaway. This is just an act. This is show business. She couldn't get it. She could not get it, meaning she's believing what she's seeing. Right. I said, this is an act. This is an act. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people back then didn't understand that it was all set up. It was play.
And didn't like the modern music at all. Not even a little bit. This is like some horrific thing. Couldn't even tell you. From 50s music, 60s music, early rock and roll, Chuck Berry, whatever.
Were your parents, when you were young, were they supportive of your creative endeavors? Were they telling you just to do whatever you want, do what makes you happy?
No, they're selling me to military school. Then they see my sister gets me out of that. That's 3 years of that. Then the last 2 years of high school, I'm in a very proper boys prep school in Connecticut, and, one of the teachers that I had was a real bright guy, English teacher. He said, you should get a job as a barber. He knew I cut hair, meaning I see someone cut hair, and I see that I could cut hair. Let me see you do it once. I know I could do it, so I'm cutting hair to make money, spare money. He says, you should get a job. You should have a trade, is what he's saying to me, meaning you're a moron, dude. Get a trade and go do that. And he's not saying it in an insulting way. You could take it in an insulting way, but once I sort of found my way, is that I had an ability to make something that was artistic and or cool for stages, end of story. There's nothing you could say. Did I kill myself to learn how to do it, to how to make patterns, to all exotic sewing machines, buying fabric. There's an art to that. And so I worked hard at it, but it just doesn't fit into the normal, he grew up and he became a lawyer and he defended whatever kind of people, speeding tickets or, whatever it is, just it's beyond it. My father sees that he can't do much with this kid. And even my sister before me, the same thing. In a different way, but the same deal. My father arranges for his son that he can't get to do well in school or listen to him. he sends him to the Midwest, to Wisconsin, to be in a training program. He invents this, a training program in Hamilton Beach, because he's making stuff for them. He knows the guy that's the president of it. So he says to the guy, listen, have my son be around there for a few months, and then we'll send him to your advertising agency. Let him stay there for a month, and let him go with the PR people for a month, that are taking care of the chef that just left the White House or whatever. So he knows what is the game to be making electric carving knives. How does a big business work? How does an advertising company work? How does a PR company work? How does this go? So the guy does it because he's no way he can get out of it. You got Mike, he's a pain in the ass, but he doesn't talk much, thank God. So, we'll put up with him. And so I learned, okay, this is what the advertising business is about. This is what PR is about. This is what manufacturing is about. I'm going to all the business meetings with the boys that are supposed to know what they're doing and all that stuff. All I'm saying to you is it just let me know I don't like this at all. The military school told me, you don't want to be involved. This is not a fun thing, Mike. Later.
You got to look under a lot of skirts. A lot of people have said it that way. You got to see. A lot of people don't understand what it's like to be in those different worlds.
And I was backstage as a child, maybe 6 years old, maybe 7. My mother, who preferred dogs to humans, and my father would bring home people to do business in this big fancy house and the proper people and all that stuff. And my mother, in the first 15 minutes, she would say, I prefer dogs to humans. She just dropped the bomb like, I'm not into you.
Great icebreaker.
Exactly. Great icebreaker. And she had in my house, my whole childhood, between 6 and 10 dogs in pairs, show dogs. So from tiny dogs to big dogs, but in pairs. So I'd be around all these dogs all the time, and I'm just telling you, she's into show dogs. End of story. So the guy that's showing her dogs, the handler is what they're called, he works at Radio City Music Hall. He is the stage manager for Radio City Music Hall. So my mother gets me in there. She says, okay, go backstage, go with him. And, now we're standing, and the Rockettes, the girls that kick their legs up in the air, beautiful girls. So they're hooking up, and then, one gets on to the next one. They're holding each other's shoulders, and they're kicking their legs up, and there's maybe 30 of them, or I don't know, it's a lot of girls. Now, maybe I'm 7, 8 years old, I'm going, I never saw anything like this before. I was never backstage before. There's something sort of cool about whatever these beings are that are kicking their legs in the air. I'm going, something cool with this. What's happening here?
Why does this make me feel funny?
Yeah, this is good. What is this? And I also went some connection to my birth mother's family. Had something to do with TV in Miami, and they were doing the Howdy Doody show. I'm a little teeny kid. I went there. I sat in the peanut gallery. So I'm seeing what this is. So this is, meaning I'm backstage, and then I'm in the front of the stage. I'm seeing what's going on. So this is like just a part of life to me. It's no big deal. For me to go to talk to Carmine, he's playing in, some military kind of place. I thought nothing of it. And so I was used to being able to communicate with these people. We make clothes. This is how we do it. You could choose this, you could choose that, whatever. Randy, you say, well, are you concerned about did he like it or he didn't like it? He got over it, is what it was. And it helped him to compete in his head against the people that were bigger than him, meaning he was making a bigger, stronger statement than they were. Visually, with his personality, how he talked, how he acted, how he wrestled. But in this documentary they just did on him, he had some very big match in WrestleMania 3, and whoever he was wrestling with, Randy tortured this guy. 2, they had a pad of paper, like a legal size pad. Every line is a move. And they're rehearsing these moves. This is 3 pages of run here, do that, flip me over here, flip me out there, slap my face, step on my foot, flip me in. And guy says how hard Randy worked on this. He's working for Randy, meaning he's just trying for this to be great. And they say this is his best match ever. All I'm saying to you is that this is hard work. And I see him at times tear shirts that I've made for him, throw the glasses away, do all kind of crazy stuff. This is him. I'm making clothes for that person to do what they want, but it's the same with Jimmy. Jimmy gets what I'm doing for him. It's working for him. He likes it. It's good that he can contact this fool in Tampa and say, I need more of this or more of that, or you got something for me. I got Madison Square Garden in 2 weeks. Can you come? Would you come? You and Tony, can you come? So Tony and I and Elena go to Madison Square Garden. You think he's calling me up to invite because he wants Tony and Michael and Elena to come? He just wants new clothes. What he wants. He'll take Michael and Tony. Yes, we'll sit in the front row. Yes, we have a tape of him dedicating the song to us. What it says. This is dedicated to Michael and Tony and Elena. But all I'm saying to you is that if you take all the emotion out of it, this is just business. This is just, it's making a product that's working for these people. You can say he's working hard. You can say he's talented. You can say he's not talented. You can say anything you want about it. It's just business. And I was taught that because that was one of the lessons in life for me to learn. Like, everyone freaks out and they say, when we started to do the outdoor art shows, Susan writes a bio. Born here, went to school there, made clothes for her, and then it's, 50 names or whatever. Big name drop. Did you ever meet Cher? Did you meet Jimi Hendrix? I said, oh, no, we did it through the internet. They didn't even have an internet then. They couldn't believe that we ever met him, and then I said, yeah, Macho Man, what was he like? All I'm saying to you is that people put these entertainers on some pedestal,
Right.
some special place. These are humans, and they're not treated like humans. The more the fame is, the less anyone could be one-on-one with them. Back to, women are having sex with me just to say they had sex with Jimi Hendrix. You never thought of this in your life. I never thought of it in my life. But once it goes down, I'm going, you mean these 13 girls that are lined up here, they just want to have sex with me because they heard I made clothes for Jimmy? This is why? Well, I'll try a few. You understand the silliness of it. But it's a sad part of humanity that I was forced to see. Meaning I'm just a human like everybody else, and I got my favorite actor or actresses or singer or whatever, that if I got to go make clothes for whoever the thing is.
Why did that make him sad though? Why would that make you sad? Just
Okay,
because isn't that just the nature of humans or the nature of sexual beings? They attract to the dominant alpha, the number one, the person who's going to protect them, the person who can.
Okay, the answer is yes to what you're saying, but he was hoping they'd like him for who he was, just Jimmy. Not because he sold 10 billion records or not because he was the best guitar player in the world. You know, none of that. Or that he wrote phenomenal songs.
Mm.
He wanted them to like just Jimmy.
Mm.
I mean, and I'm not saying that this doesn't go on, that this is not a need-based situation at it. It is a need-based situation. But he was hoping for a higher need, meaning you loved his personality, you loved his humor, you loved his way of being, you loved his love, whatever. But not just because his name is Jimmy. And
maybe he wanted a deeper connection. Maybe
exactly.
He wanted,
deeper says it in a simple way.
He wanted, did he ever have a long-term girlfriend or anything like that? I don't know.
An assortment.
Yeah.
An assortment.
Never someone that he could settle down with and have children with, and maybe that's what he was looking for, and he found something much more shallower with all these young teeny boppers bouncing through his hotel room every night.
Exactly.
I wish I could empathize with his problem, but I can't imagine putting myself in his shoes. So, I don't know.
But if there 15 were lined up each day, after a year or two, you got to select one or two or three,
Yeah.
You got to, and they're here because they hear you're a billionaire. He's a rich guy. Oh, we'll take some time with him. Or he's rich and he does this or that, whatever the thing is.
Mm.
After a while you go, well, I like the sex, but
you're in that line connection. Just because I'm a billionaire, you're almost disqualifying yourself. You know what I mean? For something serious.
Exactly.
Wow. So how did you transition into doing what you're doing now?
Susan lent me a computer, as I said, in 1996, so I could change the fonts around and stretch the fonts and make the patterns and all that stuff for lettering that I was doing by eye and by hand. And in the process, I bought a program called Painter, got 400 virtual brushes in the computer, and I started to paint. Now a year goes by, I show it to you, I say, what do you think? We're old friends, you're supposed to tell me you like it, you look me in the eye and say, yo, Mike, keep your day job. Meaning it wasn't bad, but it was nothing to die over. And then in time, it just evolved into, I'll show you 5 pieces, we'll take a break and I'll show you 5 pieces.
Is it on your website?
Yeah.
What's the website called? Michael Braun?
MichaelBraunArt.com.
Aiden, pull it up.
Aiden, pull it up, dude, man.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, jumping from doing what you're doing, creating these extraordinary outfit designs for people, into, did you just one day just quit, or did it?
No. I'm playing with the computer, and after a year, it starts to get cool. And people are going, wow, I want that. Can you make me one of those? We get into art galleries. Susan gets me into an art gallery. People there selling the art. Then she says, we need to do outdoor art shows. And I give her the old man, this sounds like a schlep. And schlep. What are you talking about this? But I
don't want to deal with all these schlemiels.
So she gets me into the outdoor art show, which is correct, meaning you're getting to see the people.
Hello, world. Michael Braun is a legendary fashion designer, best known for making flamboyant stage clothing for pop culture icons such as Jimi Hendrix, Bob Dylan, Hulk Hogan, and Macho Man Randy Savage. And list goes on and on. If you've ever seen a wrestling video of the Macho Man wearing a crazy outfit, it was made by Michael Braun. On this episode, Michael details his very close relationship with Jimi Hendrix and the psyche of Jimi and the way he thought and the way he communicated. He even shows these handwritten letters that Jimi would write to him all the time. This episode is a gripping look into the creative mind and business mind of someone whose day job was making wearable art for the world's most prominent superstar performers. Without further ado, please welcome the marvelous Michael Braun. Brother.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Hi, Michael.
Hello.
How are you doing, sir?
The Danny.
It's awesome to meet you.
Good to meet you too, sir.
What an amazing life you've had.
It is, from your point of view, amazing. It's just the same old thing to me. And the thing I would say at this point is that people sometimes freak out over this. You met this one, you made clothes for that one, you made art for this one, whatever. And what I would say to you is that it's just destiny, karma working out, whatever. I'd like to tell you how wonderful I am. It's BS. This is just fell in my lap. I was born a certain way with minimal talent, just art. And all the rest of the stuff in life, other than putting out the garbage, which I'm good at, I like to brag about. And I really may not be that good at garbage, but I think I'm good at garbage. Is making art. For 33 years, I made clothes for rock and rollers and wrestlers. But it just fell into my lap, meaning I was racing ocean racing sailboats and small sailboats, dinghies, that they race in the Olympics, since I'm a little kid. Long story short, I bring an ocean racing sailboat to Florida in 1966 to race, meaning I'm just working on the boat as a laborer kind of person. And I dislocate my shoulder. The doctor says don't go near a boat for a year. I'm in St. Petersburg at the yacht club, living on the boat, cleaning the boat, getting it ready for the Southern Circuit. I'm now living with, I meet a topless dancer. She says, oh, you can come live with me. So I'm living now with 4 topless dancers in St. Petersburg, just off 49th Street.
You left this part out of the documentary.
Okay.
Where did you meet the topless dancers?
There was a topless club in St. Pete, and at the time this was considered like, how dare they have such a thing? You know, women walking around without tops on. This is like, you know, the newspapers went crazy with it. But anyway, it was a topless club. You know, regular bands are playing pop music. The place is filled up with men and women, and then there's 2 girls without their shirts on, dancing to each song. One of them took a liking to me. She said I needed a place to live because I couldn't live on the boat anymore. And in the process, I meet a lady in the club. We start going out. Her name is Tony. She's my business partner for 33 years making clothes. And very talented with clothes and very talented at running business, which I'm not so. Meaning all the paperwork stuff and the ideas behind it. Meaning she came up with an idea. This is 1966. They're making clothes, get half down. So I'm making you $100 pair of pants, you're giving me $50. Now you're invested in it. And Macho Man, towards the end of us making clothes for him, had a $10,000 deposit with us. Meaning we're making huge amounts of clothes. You know, I'm making an outfit a week. You know how many weeks there are in a year? From $800 to $2,500 a piece. You know, he's wearing them. You know, sometimes some of them outfits there's no pictures of. I never saw a picture. Hundreds of them there's pictures of. But and this is year after year after year. But back the beginning. Tony, my business partner, had a babysitter and a 3-year-old son. And whatever the babysitter heard you say, he would go steal it. So we once, because we were poor, he heard us say the word flank steak or just the word steak. I don't know what he heard. He's working in a restaurant. There's a big, huge flank steak. He wraps it up, throws it in the garbage, goes back after the place closed, comes back to the house with the steak in his hand, because, look, I got the thing, And he heard us say sewing machine, meaning I had done some sewing before, altering my own clothes and making some things from scratch a bit. Just started because I didn't have money always for the cool clothes that were available in Greenwich Village in New York. So, long story short, we're playing this game. He hears the word sewing machine. He's working now at Goodwill. He steals, even if you can put this in a sentence, the word steal and Goodwill together. He steals from Goodwill, the sewing machine, brings it back. We start altering clothes and making clothes and fooling around. And now we're going out each night. We're walking to a club that was on 34th Street and 5th Avenue, or between 4th and 5th Avenue North. And the people freaked out. So this is 1968. There's only pin straight clothes, Brooks Brothers kind of clothes. People see this stuff, they've lost their minds. Totally lost their minds. Now I end up making 5 Nehru shirts. So button up with the collar and all that stuff for a local band that's playing in this club called the Blue Room. I sell 5 shirts for $18. I showed the money to Tony. I said, look, we're rich. Look at my hands. We're rich. It's almost $100. We're rich. Think about it. So we were just led into that. Now, some months after that, moron, male ego. Okay, you got that? I say to Tony, clean the house. I'm going to bring back the vanilla fudge. We had a huge hit, You Keep Me Hanging On, which was a Supreme song. They did it in a psychedelic way. I said, I'm going to bring back the fudge. They're playing on, I think it's 38th Avenue South. There's a place, what's it called, Susan? Where the military kind of place. Building.
Like a VFW or something, or
something like that. Anyway, we're military. It's just a big room.
Yeah.
So I go there. I follow the drummer, Carmine Appice, who was in the movie that you saw. I follow him into the bathroom. I say, I'm Michael Braun, it's stage closed. And I make the mistake of saying, where do you get your clothes? And he said, Haight-Ashbury, Carnaby Street, and the Village. And I say, well, this is what we're making. What I have is way better than what he's wearing. I mean, way. I said, you want to come to our house after the gig? Fine. 3 of the 4 guys came. They bought everything that remotely fit them and that we could alter for them. And then they wear it on Ed Sullivan, which is the show, live, Sunday night, 8 to 9, big deal. All kind of rock and roll people played that gig. Anyway, now the public, freaks out over the vanilla fudge. The clothes are cool. Unbeknownst to me, they're on the road with a new guitar player who's come from England named Jimi Hendrix. Okay? He's from Seattle, but he was in England. Now he comes to America. He's on the road with them. This is before he explodes. Jimmy says to Carmine, where'd you get the clothes? This is one sentence. Carmine says, our friends in Florida. I didn't know we were friends, meaning we made clothes for him, but we're not hanging out. Not that I wouldn't, but I'm just saying, he says, our friends in Florida. I go to see a record producer on First Avenue South, almost to 66th Street, a guy named Phil Gernhardt, who produced Abraham, Martin, and John, Snoopy versus the Red Baron, and Stay by Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs. So these are 3 huge records. I take all the clothes, I go to his office, small office, whatever, and I show him the clothes, and he says to me, listen, I'll tell Jimmy about you, but I'm not going to push you onto Jimmy. I don't want to upset him before the gig. He's an emotional guy. It's nothing to me. I'm not getting anything out of this. So you call me Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock. Sunday afternoon comes. It's 4 o'clock. I dial his number. He picks up the phone. He says, Michael, you're not going to believe this. Jimmy gets off the plane and says, where are the clothes people? Okay? So all I'm saying to you is that you could say, in the language of our time, they'd say, oh, you were in the right place at the right time, or, this is just luck, or whatever. This is destiny working out. This is just insanity. Crazy. Now we end up making clothes for Jimmy, and back to the beginning of what I was trying to say, and that is that, so you have this person that has a little bit of creative talent for clothes, for art, for two-dimensional art. But that's where his brain is. If you say to him, listen, I need you to be my lawyer. I committed this murder. Here's $1 million in cash. Yes, I'm going to take your money. They're going to hang you. I got no ability to argue whatsoever. None. So all I'm saying to you, I'm accepting how the game is going because I'm forced into it.
So you designing and making clothing, is this more of a thing that you're doing just to make money and survive, or is this more of like a passion?
Both. The survive thing, we're all carry some kind of a survival mentality with us as humans. And me hearing that my people were killed a lot in Europe, and that my grandmother walked a year and a half before 1910, like around 1905, trying to get to America